I call to order the regular meeting on Monday, March 25th, 2024 at 2:04 p.m. If you all would stand, please. Commissioner Wood is going to give invocation, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Precious Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for this beautiful county that you have blessed us with. Help us, Lord, to make smart, wise decisions for the business of the county. Give us a safe trip home. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before I get approval of the agenda, is there anything that you want to recommend or?
Yeah. Chair, can we amend the agenda to remove item A on the information agenda, the Stokes Family YMCA update? He is sick and unable to come today, but he'd like to be on the next meeting. So if we could just take that off and move it to the next meeting. And then we also need to add budget amendment number 57 to the consent agenda with the other budget amendments. And copies have been provided to all the commissioners and will be uploaded afterwards. And all budget amendment 57 is talking about the grant for animal control. They got a grant for $25,000, and we just need to put that into the budget, the actual funds, so that he can start spending that money.
All right. Can I get a approval of the agenda?
Before I saw that we had River Street at the bottom on information on our agenda. Do we need to move it up?
Yes.
And near the top of the agenda where the other information is going to be?
Yes. Yeah, those become item A.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll go ahead, Rick. You will go make a motion.
Make a motion to approve the agenda with those amendments.
Second.
Any further discussion? Motion carries. Or I'm sorry, go ahead and vote. All opposed and all in favor. Let's do all in favor one first.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is public comments, and we have Scott Crockett. If you'll please come up.
Gentlemen, I'm Scott Crockett with Stokes County Habitat for Humanity, and just want to thank those of you who this month have attended events for us, the 25th anniversary last week, and a house dedication. Just want to thank you three for coming and helping support us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comments at 2:07. And we'll now go to comments for the commissioners and our manager. We'll start with Commissioner Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott, appreciate you coming in today. I made one of those two events and really got some education on what you guys were doing out at that location out there in King. I didn't realize you had all of that out there. So you guys are doing great work. And I drive by the other place you just opened up there all the time, but I was in Raleigh that day, so I couldn't stop in. But you guys are really doing great work. Otherwise, welcome to everybody. And we got a long agenda today, so I think that I'll stop with that, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wood.
I'd like to welcome everybody, and I echo the same comment about Scott about the Habitat for Humanity. I've seen several of your projects. I think it's a great cause. If people have not got involved, I suggest they do, because I'm sure you can use the help.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have a strong back, they'll take a strong wallet. The other thing that I want to applaud the King Chamber of Commerce on their awards banquet last Thursday night. That was well done. I couldn't help but think we had people from all over the county there, and when everybody gets their heads together and wants to work, good things happen. So I want to thank them. And the 60 plus food giveaway that was held last Thursday, they fed 105 families with 580 pounds of food and juice. So that event's going strong in Sandy Ridge. That's all I got.
Commissioner Cox?
Yes, coming to you from the Sunshine State down here in Florida, visiting my grandkids. Apologize for having to do the meeting remotely, but this is their spring break week, so it's better for me to come when they're out of school so I can take them to do stuff. But we are right here with you in spirit, and just like Commissioner Morris said, long agenda, so we'll just get right to it. But I told Habitat for Humanity, I'm sorry I missed that event. I had to work that day and missed it, but I'll be coming to things later on for sure. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Mendenhall?
Welcome to everybody. Anybody that's watching live stream, we also want to welcome you. And I would just like to say to the group, I missed the chamber dinner, I missed the Habitat for Humanity, and I have been under the weather since last Wednesday. And I have just got out of bed basically yesterday. I called our county manager and gave her a heads up that I was sick. I wanted to come to your Habitat for Humanity though tonight. I really did. Y'all do great work.
We'll have another party just for you.
Okay. Just my name on it. And I hate I missed the chamber meeting. I think that's the first chamber dinner I've missed in about 8 or 9 years. So I hated missing that. So to all the people that helped out with that, it's always a great event there in King. And I am just glad that I'm up and moving today. 4 days in a row I have been into bed. I'm gonna tell you, that's not a good feeling. But I was determined to be here. I was actually supposed to be at a press conference this morning at Forsyth Tech. They are initiating an athletic program beginning with the upcoming school year. And I was one of the main ones that really pushed that off the Board of Trustees with my athletic background. And lo and behold, the day they had the press conference, I was still feeling bad first thing this morning, so I missed it. However, I guess I made it here. I had to sort of prioritize. The meeting was near lunch. Our meeting was right after lunch. And I prioritized our county meeting over that meeting. So thank y'all for being here. And I'm just glad to be up on my feet again, moving around. And I'll cut it right there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Watch your bottle of water.
Thank you. Thanks, Rick. I appreciate that.
Welcome to everybody here. Thank you for being here, and to those watching online. I did just want to remind everybody that the county offices will be closed this Friday, March 29th, in observance of Good Friday and the Easter holiday. So I hope everybody has a good Easter.
All right. Thank you. Real quickly, the Habitat for Humanity, it was a wonderful event. Thank you. And I did get the opportunity. I had to leave a little bit early, but I got there early as well. I got to talk to a lot of the staff, and then also got to meet a couple of the actual participants that have been in the program, that were living in the houses. And I can't say enough about your staff. And I think the goal and your objectives, that's what Stokes County is about, what you're doing. And it's not just a handout. It's a situation where it's a hand up, but they're working to do that. It's not just a free give me. And I think that's what makes your program so important, is it has that vital, you got to have some buy-in from the participants. And I think that'll carry on for generation after generation. So thank you for that, and thank you for coming in and speaking in public comments. For the Chamber of Commerce event, I'll just echo what Keith said. It was a wonderful event. It involved people from all over Stokes County, especially showing the leadership, all the way from the people in the high school level, all the way up to the adults that are here actually doing business and still finding time to help people in need. And again, it shows a unified Stokes County. And again, quoting Keith, it's when we do that, there's nothing that we can't solve. So hopefully, that event will keep bearing dividends such as that. With that being said, we do have a long agenda, so thank everybody for being here, and we're going to move on. I'm going to read the conflict of interest statement. Before moving further, does any board member have a conflict with any items on the agenda for today, or one that could be perceived as a conflict of interest? No. All right. At this time, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent with the addition of budget, it's probably 57 or so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? And do we have any additional information, any discussion? Commissioner Cox, can you hear me?
Yeah, I couldn't find my unmute button. Yes, I hear you.
Okay, and you, your vote is
Yeah,
that?
I'm in favor of everything so far.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yay and yay.
All right, we're going to the information agenda, and we'll start with the River Street Networks update.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners, County Manager, and staff. We appreciate the opportunity to come back and provide you an exciting update about the broadband service here in the county. And Commissioner Mendenhall, I'm glad you're recovering and doing well. I'm sorry you've had to deal with all that. Let me see if my little clicker's going to progress for me here today. I'm not alone today. I actually brought a peer of mine with me. Our VP of Marketing, Mike Manell, is going to take half of the presentation and provide you some marketing information about the project. But I did want to cover where we are and kind of how things are going as a quick recap for some of the citizens and some of the new commissioners. In 2015, we started a grant where Stokes County asked us to come in and do an assessment to see how we could begin to build a fiber backbone that would traverse the core part of the county to be able to reach the underserved rural parts of the county. The county provided us a $1.8 million grant at that time. River Street accommodated another $8.4 million to the total tune of $10,288,955. We constructed fiber cable of 239 miles, and actually there was an additional 107.38 route miles constructed, and that would provide service to approximately 2,886 citizens of the county on that core backbone. In 2023, we added a layer to that with a proposed fiber route under some Connect America CAF 2 funding that we received. That CAF funding allowed us to continue that backbone further. That's the light green areas that you see on the map. That picked up another approximately another 45 fiber route miles, and we had a proposed fiber route of an additional 73 miles. The total miles altogether, when you take the CAF and the Great Grant and combine it, was another 124 miles of fiber that would combine for 239. I'm sorry, I threw a bunch of numbers out at you. I got you tied up in numbers. The main thing to know is there were 239 miles that were picked up in that project to add to the previous grant that you started in the county. And then in the last board meeting that I was here, I provided an additional update for you, basically to kind of break that down and show you how those phases would be. The yellow areas on the map were the phase one, which was underway at the last meeting, and I'm going to provide you some slides here in a minute that will show you where that project is. But on this particular portion of the project, we had 10-year federal funding from that Connect America Fund, and the total project cost was roughly $1.3 million for that CAF2 project. I already gave you the other numbers, but see which slide I'm on. Turned around here. Okay, so then with the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, we added more routes and layered onto the project. So you can see as I jump from this slide from phase one to phase two, more areas get covered. And then lastly, we applied in the GREAT grant, which you guys contributed matching funds for, of $1.2 million. The total project cost for that was $3 million. We picked up funding locations of another 405 funded locations, but we were actually going to pass more than the 405 that were funded. So really it was like 793 structures that were passed. So you can kind of see that there's a layered approach. Little by little, we're getting the job done. But I wanted to give you a little bit of an update of where that project is. So Mike, not to steal some of Mike's thunder, he's going to talk with you in a little bit about our website. But this is a map that's taken straight off of our website. This is public facing. Customers can come to the website and they can see if their location is green, that means service is already available there now. If there's construction in that area now, it'll be yellow. And then if it's a future build site, those areas will be blue. They can click on the dot to verify their address is in there, and then they can actually click on the green sign up button and go ahead and sign up for service. That helps us start the order process and know to reach out and connect with that customer. The areas that you see that are in yellow on the map here are actually the area that we're calling Aaron's Corner, which you guys are familiar with. It's heading west from Piney Grove Middle School on Hart Road, and construction crews will be heading northwest and crossing 704 to continue on to Puckett Road, as well as adjacent roads along the route. And this map here kind of illustrates that yellow. I've got a little zoomed in map here in a minute that I'll show you. But I do want to point out that the areas that are, this up real quick here, that the Moore Springs area, that was an area that I had identified to you at the previous meeting, we're about 90 to 95% complete with that area. So that's why you don't see hardly any yellow in that area anymore. It's all green. So those customers, if they see this map and they go and interact with it on our website, we encourage them to go ahead and put an order in so that we can get that in the system. Hart Road, I just spoke to you about the Aaron's Corner area. The Sisk Road area will come from our new Sandy Level remote, and that remote site is scheduled and site preparation will be starting really soon. So you'll see some work out there. You'll see a building set. We'll have power brought into that. Those come equipped with all the equipment inside of them ready to roll, and then we start running the fiber out from there. But all areas in the county have been designed, and we're working on finalizing those designs in the next few weeks. This is a zoomed in map. I know sitting kind of where you are, it's a little bit harder to see, but you can, again, interact with this on the website. You go to myriverstreet.net and scroll down to Stokes County Project, and this map is there. So this is where the construction is heading now. So you'll see plows out there in the coming weeks and a lot of activity where all those yellow dots are located. I wanted to speak with you just a little bit about the wireless project. These are the locations where the wireless sites have been turned up. I spoke with our operations group last week, and all the towers are now online and services available from those towers. But this is a location name for where those towers are, or what we've named them internally. I do have a map here that will show you approximately where the service is available for those customers that could pick up the wireless service if fiber isn't available. And again, it interacts kind of the same way in that you mouse over your location and put in an order.
At the blue,
The green is in service, and the blue areas are areas that are kind of on the fringe that we think we're going to treat those a little differently, like we'll pre-qualify them differently.
that's all wireless though?
Yes, sir.
The whole map, okay.
Yes, sir. Any questions on any of the current build project that come to mind?
I got a curiosity question.
Yes, sir.
The Vade Mickham project off Moore Spring Road, do y'all just, is that the state's responsibility to get everything to Vade Mickham? Or are you even aware of what?
I'm not aware of that project.
Painted Rock State Park.
Oh, okay.
They're putting a wedding, they have took bids, they're getting ready to spend $13 million on Vade Mickham and converting it into a wedding / conference center. If it was a wedding vineyard, nobody needs the internet, but with a conference center,
Right.
you can't have conferences without internet.
Yeah, could argue you can't have a wedding without internet because people want to upload social media immediately. Yes, sir. That's the first I've heard of that, but I'm not going to say that people within our organization aren't aware.
How far is it off the road, y'all? Quarter of a mile, if that.
Not a quarter of a mile. It's not that much.
It's right on Moore Springs where
right,
you
yeah.
just went through.
Okay. We'll get some details. I mean, if they're constructing a whole brand new area, if it's all like total.
Well, this is all renovation stuff.
Okay.
There's the existing hotel up there. The 4-H used to have some accounts.
So the typical process for that would be for us to discover how it lays in with the current build design and the proximity and location.
Good. I'm glad the state's got to pay for it.
There you go. There you go. But we would work with them however we needed to accommodate that project. Any other questions there? Okay.
Greg, just one thing, the focus is still all getting unserved folks first, right?
That is correct. And I think, yes, sir, you've got a speaker here that will be speaking from the state later in the meeting that will talk about, the state's effort to try to get all the unserved areas funded first as an obligation for future grant programs. And that is our goal as well, is to make sure that we're helping accommodate getting those builds that are geographically contiguous to or within reach of the network that we've built in the county.
One other question associated with that. Like in the example where I live, I think the main Spectrum line went up Highway 8, and then they went like a half mile down each road on the side as they came to them, which is good for the people if you live in the first half mile, but then there's a whole group of people that are beyond the half mile who don't have any kind of options hardly. So
Yes, sir.
are those would be treated as unserved just as other folks
If
would?
no one is serving them, then the state would have them already identified on the state map, and that happens a couple of ways, and I'll let
Okay.
him speak to that.
Okay,
But yes, sir, those areas that don't have service should be already identified within the state, and they would be fundable in future rounds of grant programs in the state. And I'm going to speak really high level on the IAB program only because he will be speaking about some of this as well. But what we know of is that, the county has some matching funds of about 1.1 to 1.2 million that you've had available in your general fund. Now, maybe you've had to obligate some of that for other things, or you've got things that are coming that you're thinking about eyeing that for. We would ask you to at least try to keep broadband out there in the back of your mind, and if those the future grant funds, future grant programs that are coming down the pipe, it certainly would be good to help draw providers to come and serve the area with those funds. The Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, which is a federal program, I'll remind you, it had $42 billion in it that was parsed out to the individual counties. Our state is subject to receive about $1.5 billion, of which I believe, and you'll have fact check behind me, the state has somewhere around 900 plus million, give or take a little bit of million, that they're going to allocate for broadband build in the state. And so, we just want you to be keeping that in your mind, being cognizant. This round will be coming sometime later, the end of this year. The maps are getting better in every cycle and improving as far as the knowledge that providers can have access to know where they need to build to. And we want we desperately want to continue to take the layers that we've already constructed as a partner with the county and take that forward and add more locations in the future. They're hoping to launch this program sometime the end of this year, and I think it's a 5-year build timeline with NTIA. So once the awards are given out, each one will have a sunset of 5 years from the award period to get that project complete. If there's no other questions there, I'm going to ask Mike if he'll come forward and provide you an update on the our marketing efforts here in the county.
I have one more quick one, Greg.
Yes, sir.
Is there some point, like so many years from now, that we will know that we're finished? I mean, like everybody that's going to get it got it.
Yes, sir. I think that the state is working diligently to try to help every one of the counties isolate that. There's some very hard work being put into identifying the locations, and then we'll quickly know who has service and doesn't, and there are other programs there to try to help. But I think I've heard the state Deputy Secretary Nate Denny say that the state currently feels like, based on the number of underserved and served locations and the money they have available in the current grant programs and the BEAD program, that we should be able to hit this out of the park and get everybody served in the state of North Carolina by the time it's over with. So getting them served will be obviously at different level, some differing opinions of bandwidth, but I think they'll all be in the window of what is considered broadband service, which is anything over 100 meg down by 20 up.
Okay.
So, all right, Mike.
Thanks for allowing me to come in today. Appreciate it. So I'm going to go through these. We're certainly not going to read every single one, but we do have a pretty good cadence for marketing. We try and do some education. What is fiber? Who is River Street? We do a little bit of that. Then we'll start to send out cards. We do social media. Again, you'll see all of this, but fiber is coming. And then final thing is fiber is here. So on that map, when you're green, again, you'll get something that says you dropped off at your mailbox that says fiber is here. So it's a pretty decent cadence. Again, we do social media. We do a little bit of everything. Certainly we have a local office here, which I think is really helpful. We have people who live here and work here, which is great. We don't have that in every one of our markets. Again, refer a friend. It's always probably the best place always, again, because you get stuff from us, you get stuff from Spectrum. Some people consider it junk mail. It's my job, but part of what we do is send pieces out. But we also have refer a friend program. So if you sign up and you run over and tell your neighbor, and they sign up for service, you get $50 bill credit, which I think is pretty nice. So we try not to make it too complicated. Again, just examples of fiber's coming, fiber's here. And again, if you go to myriverstreet.net, that really is the best place for you to check where am I at in the progress. It allows you to pre-sign up. It doesn't mean you're signing up for service, but that allows us, if you put your cell phone number and you put your email address in, it allows us to let you know as soon as service is available. We'll still send the postcard, but it's much easier for us to get a hold of you again if you pre-register and we have your email address or we have your cell phone number. Social media, there's normally, just like some of the other big carriers, I heard Spectrum, we'll promote different promotions each quarter. The promotion from last quarter was if you sign a 2-year agreement, you get $200 worth of Amazon gift cards. The newest one will be a 1-year contract, and you either can choose between a 3-month $50 bill credit or an Amazon device. But we also offer plans where you don't have to sign a contract too, which I think is important to a lot of people. This is what that landing page looks like again that Greg said, myriverstreet.net, and you can go there anytime to find out again the progress of where your address is or a friend's address. This is just a long list of all of the things that we do. Since I've started, and we have a local office, I hope to do some more kind of hyper-local events. Maybe that's an appreciation event at our Stokes office, or it's partnering with one of the fire departments to have education days. We also call them sign-up days, but it could be all the different technologies we're offering. What is fiber? you have security services, those types of things. So hopefully to be able to schedule at least something this summer and this fall that will be local. So the last couple of things here, and then I'll take any questions, are a couple videos. I think again, everyone knows we have a local salespeople here, and we have a local business sales rep that covers the whole area. Grew up here and has lived here her whole life, which is nice.
They're local. That brings a whole large realm of benefits to us as a business. Not only the notion that we're helping people in our quote-unquote neighborhood, and so it becomes a partnership. So for us, it's really the important piece of it's creating jobs on that local front. And the most incredible thing about River Street that we like as a business owner is the ability to pick up the phone and call them. And if my problem is not solved immediately, someone does not pass the buck, someone does not put me on hold, the problem is identified, I'm given a window, I'm given callbacks to determine here's what's going on, we're working on this company has this, we have to get them in line for that. But again, it's a relationship. I'm talking to real people, I'm talking to local people, and I feel like they really care about my service and about my business.
So this is a service that we provide for free if you're a business customer and you sign up. So that was just we have a video production group. So a lot of times business owners will take this and it'll be a minute, 2 minutes video about their business, or we can make a 30-second spot that they can run on TV ads. So it's a value-added feature.
In recent months, River Street Networks applied for and was awarded several grants in Stokes County to expand our fiber optic network. These grants will allow us to more than double our fiber footprint in Stokes County. The expansion of our fiber optic network is going to bring new opportunities to the citizens of Stokes County. This is exciting because it's going to give us the same fiber optic connectivity that you will find in larger cities. We are honored to have been chosen for the 2023 R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company Business Innovation Leader of the Year Award.
Any marketing questions?
Could you go back to that one slide, the one you had just before the videos? I didn't get all the way through it. List all these things you do.
Right there.
Thought was, I wonder if we're taking advantage of all of that as much as we should, and if not, maybe we'll have that discussion.
Yeah, I mean,
All those things you offer.
it's always best to partner with the county. Again, and if you guys can think of any local events that you think we should be a part of, or again, we're part of the chamber, we're part of all the other organizations, or is there something that we can do to better work with the county? We're open to that. So Greg and I get to go to these types of meetings every month in different areas where, and everyone does it a little bit differently. So, but if you can think of anything, we got, like I said, we've got a video production crew. If that means that having more marketing materials here you think would make sense, really anything that you guys you can think of, we're willing to help with.
Right. Any further comments or questions? Commissioner Cox?
I don't have any questions at this time, thank you.
I just got one comment, a personal thing, is a couple months ago, because I got fiber and I had a problem with the router, and I called and I talked to a local person, very, very articulate, very quickly got down to, where the call was to be directed and this and that and this and that. And the service tech was out there within 20 minutes. Took his time explaining everything to me and what he was doing. So we hung around a while after he got it going, and I thought everything was fine. And then he left. 20 minutes later, started acting up again. So I felt bad, but I just called him back directly. He said, if you have a problem, just call me back directly. He says, I'll be around. Sure enough, I apologize. I hate to call you. And he
he finished up another call, and he was back at my house another 30 minutes later, come in, and basically we replaced the router. But he stood around, and he asked me even, do you want to keep your same password? And I said, please. I got enough changes and passwords. So I just want to say it was just a very pleasant experience of, he cared. He wasn't in a rush to get somewhere else and deal with somebody else, and he wasn't upset that I was calling him about it.
Do you remember his name?
I left a comment.
Okay.
I did a.
Or whatever.
Yeah. I did a.
Thanks. I mean, that's, we try and, people live in your community, they're your friends, they go to school. If you have kids, their kids go to school with your kids, so it's important for us. It's that co-op background, so.
So, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for looking at the videos. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, next is the discussion agenda, and Tax Administrator Richard Bram will present. Hey, Richard.
Hello. It seems like every time I get up here, I got a frog in my throat. These allergies are kicking my tail, but I'll try to get through it. First item is our tax collections monthly status report. I'm happy to report that we've collected 97.27% of the budgeted amount. We're about $863,000 ahead of where we were last year at this time. Refunds less than 100. We have 7 tax bills that total $300.67. Releases more than 100. We have one account that's $246.80, and then refunds more than 100. We have 7 tax bills that total $1501.95. And the last item I have is a late application for present use value deferment. I would like to request that the releases and refunds more than 100 and the late application for present use value deferment be moved to the April 8th consent agenda. That's all I have.
Anybody have any questions, comments?
No, just again, I just will compliment you and say that your department and you, Richard, y'all do a very good job of detailing everything each month, and appreciate the good work.
Questions, good to go. Commissioner Wood?
I like short and sweet.
Commissioner Cox?
I don't have any questions or anything, but thank you for a good report. Richard.
Thank you, Richard. Okay. Next on the agenda is Chief Animal Control Officer Tommy Reeves. How you doing, Tommy?
Hi, sir. How you doing, sir?
Doing well, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Taylor and Commissioners. What I'm requesting is for us to up our prices on a few things, just to sort of meet the price rises of everything else. So what I'm asking is for the quarantine days to move up to $15 from 10. The adoption rate for cats to $125 and dogs to $175, and they're $100 right now. And that pretty much goes along with what the spay and neuter price is for dogs and cats now. That's basically what the price hike is for, is to take care of that.
Any questions, comments? Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I thought you did a really good job of presenting this information and doing the comparisons to other counties and so forth. And so the whole thing made sense to me. The package you put together.
Thanks, sir.
Support it.
I'm good.
Commissioner Cox?
No, I don't have any questions about this rate increase, although I part of me thinks that it might impact people's ability to adopt an animal. And what's in place for people who maybe might not be able to pay the fee, but they still want to adopt an animal? Is there any organizations that pay fees for people, or if they're low income or something?
We do have people that will sponsor an animal from time to time. They'll call, they'll see one that we post on Facebook, and they'll call and say, we're going to sponsor this adoption. We usually don't tell people that that animal is sponsored until after they fill out the adoption application, they go through the process, because we do want to make sure they're able to take care of the dog. They're able to take it to the vet to provide the food and needs that the dog needs. So that's where we're on that. But some animals are there, and we do work with people from time to time on their needs. We don't want to hurt people in the county, but we do try to work with everybody as possible. As you see on the paper I gave you, on the surrender part of the animals is one of the other things that were changed. It's $40 per animal, but we have people that bring in pups, litter of pups in, or litter of cats. I can't see me personally charging them $40 for a litter of 8 per puppy, the way it stands. So we've sort of broke it down to $40 per 3 pups, 3 cats, to sort of help out the people in the community, so we don't have a bunch of strays and other animals running around. So we try to do our best one-on-one basis to work with people as needed and try to get the animals adopted out and help people in the community.
Okay, thank you for answering that. I have another question. I haven't noticed on Facebook lately, I haven't seen that there's been as many animals like used to. I would see like if there was an urgent need for some animals to get adopted, and I was assuming that was so they would not be euthanized. But I haven't seen much of that on, and I didn't know if y'all were just not putting things like that on Facebook as much, or if you're actually having to euthanize more animals, or I guess you're keeping records of that so we can look back and compare the numbers of euthanizations, right?
Yes, ma'am. We have to keep that before state records go. A lot of our animals are being adopted out thanks to FOSS, Friends of Stokes Shelter. They are taking a bunch of animals out from us. They are a big help. We've had several other rescues. As today, everybody got rabies certified by our state veterinarian. Come up, that's where I was at before I come over here. I was with him. He trained everybody how to do the rabies shots, so we all got rabies certified, so we can start doing the rabies clinics out in the county like I want to. So we're moving forward with that. So we're getting that done, but FOSS has been a big help. We got other rescue agencies that's waiting on, they've called and asked us for 4 or 5 cats to be donated for them to take from us. So a lot of stuff right now is going to rescue groups that's been calling us and helping. So, and we've been adopting out quite a few. Other day, this past week, I think we adopted out like 5 or 6. So we're doing pretty good on that.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Commissioner?
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
You talked about the cooperation between y'all and the Friends of Stokes Shelter. Sonia sort of got part of my question. You've already answered a little bit on the edges, but is the adoption rate, has it increased since you started to this point? Is it increasing, or is it staying about stable? Where are you at on that?
It's hard to say. I've been there for 3 months now, and I don't, because of the way the records were, it's hard to say where we was at. The shelter adopted out roughly 100 some animals last year. The shelter alone, that's not counting what went to rescue groups. So I don't know, like I said, because of the record keeping, I don't know exactly where we're at on a lot of that. I've dove into it as hard as I can, try to find, but we have had a bunch of backlog of calls that I have started answering and taking care of, that was been sitting there for a year or so, that I've went and started taking care of. So we're trying to serve the community as I said when I took the job, we're going to serve the community as best I can serve it, and that's what I've done my whole career. So
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tommy.
yes, sir.
Any further comments? No. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you need it to action
Yes,
next meeting
could I
or
get this?
today?
Yes, could I get this moved to action so we could go ahead and get it started April 1st and get it out in the paper and get it on the website?
Got a consensus from the board?
Yep.
Okay, all right, yes.
Thank y'all.
Okay, next is a Health Department tobacco and vape use policy, and Health Director Tammy Martin will present. Hey, Tammy.
Hey, good afternoon. This is for North Carolina Medicaid. The managed care is making health departments and the employees be smoke-free, vape-free facilities. It's just my campus. I know environmental health's here. I have the policy, you have it. I just need it approved, and it was supposed to be April 1st, but now they moved it to like July 1st effective. So it can be on the next agenda, but it's just mainly my employees, and I'm not doing this building. I'm not changing the signs up here, but I'll change them on our campus and the one in King to no smoking, no vaping, because right now it says 50 feet. And it's because we receive Medicaid funds.
She asked my question. And I was going to say, is this a federal, state, or local drop-down mandate? And, you're saying that it's Medicaid. That's what I wanted to know right there on top of my head. Did they have in there also that this pertained to the vehicles also?
Our county vehicles and.
So it's your campus down here and the vehicles. That's my questions, Mr.
I just had one question, Tammy. I couldn't figure out exactly what your campus is while reading this, and where does your campus stop and Stacy start, or?
I'm gonna say the parking spots there on our side would be it, because I know the other ones go over there to the smoking.
Just may need to make sure everybody understands exactly where they can and can't. Then with this building up here, it doesn't apply to the guys?
It just applies to them, but it's their vehicles and outside. I'm not changing the signs up here.
Okay.
So, because I can't control this whole building, I can just control my staff.
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
How much time you got to get this going?
Oh, it's effective July 1st now.
Commissioner Cox?
I don't have any questions about the policy.
Good, thank you. Either do I. So if it's okay, we'll just wait then till the next meeting to put it on to action.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next is the proposed maintenance of effort MOE budget request, and DSS Director Stacy Elms will present. Hey, Stacy.
So in your packets is the proposal for the new year for these MOE funds. So I'm just here if you have any questions. It's basically the same as last year. There were a couple of changes, but they're very minimal.
Anybody have any questions, comments?
Questions. It looks almost identical to the 8th time I've looked at this for $398,000 and $398,800 and some dollars. So I looked at it, I said, gee, I've looked at this 7 other years. It looks the same. So Stacy, you got my support on this.
Just one question, Stacy, and it's okay. I'm good with what you submitted, but we're talking a lot about mental health these days, and I noticed it was $7,000 to the Stokes County Mental Health Association. How does, I guess, is that enough, or is mental health addressed enough in other areas that we don't need to put a lot of extra money with this group, or do you just have it matched to that group, or?
No, that's what she asked for.
Oh, okay.
The first time we put it in here, and that's what
okay.
she asked for this year.
Oh, okay.
So we could certainly give her some more, but that would mean taking away from somebody else, which is fine too. Because all these areas are necessary. But these dollars are to be used for mental health and substance abuse.
Yeah, I guess I would say then if you have some other group that doesn't spend all theirs, then that'd be a really top priority
And that
place
does
to
happen
plus
about
plus
this
it
time
up.
of year. I start looking at the numbers really close,
Mhm.
and I'll call some of these agencies like the Mental Health Association and ask, can they stand a few more $1,000 that I might could send them some, and that's what we do.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. That's all I have. Commissioner Wood?
What happens to the money if they don't use it?
It just goes back in your bank.
That's all I got.
Commissioner Cox?
I don't have any questions, but I agree with what Rick was saying about the mental health, and I think hopefully we can be talking to FIA some more about some additional resources for mental health in our county for sure, because I think it needs to be a pretty high priority and that bring all the resources we can to the county for mental health. But I don't have any questions about what Stacy's bringing us today.
And I'll just echo, we know mental health, is a huge problem, not just in Stokes County, but in the United States, and so is the drug problem. So yeah, and I know that you're doing your job and reviewing the budget allocations, especially as we're coming, towards that last quarter for fiscal year budget. So as long as you're doing that, and anything that you see that we can do for an immediate need that maybe you either can or can't move, then just let us know. Thank you. And next is the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council fiscal year 24-25 funding allocation request, and Rich Smith. How you doing, Rich?
Fine, sir. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
All right. Well, thank y'all for inviting us up here to talk to y'all today. What you have before you, I think in your packet, is the funding recommendation letter. Our council met in December. We developed a request for proposals. We heard applications. During our January meeting, we're making funding recommendations. We're now bringing those to y'all and for your consideration and hopeful approval. I do want to say that Jerry McGee, our JCPC chair, wanted to be here, but he wanted to send his regrets because he's up in Superior Court up in Surrey County today. I do have our programs back there, and I think the bar's been set for short presentations. So the letter's here. I just want to ask if y'all have any questions.
Anybody have any questions, comments?
I looked it over. Juvenile crime prevention. I think that they have got it, the amounts, and they look almost identical.
Yes, sir.
To last year's. They're almost, they show last year's and this year's, and the comparative analysis almost is identical. So I have no questions on it.
Mr. Morris? I don't have any questions either. It looks like it's, they put the effort into getting it like it needed to be, so I'm good with it. Commissioner Wood?
Good job.
Commissioner Cox?
Any questions? I've got it pulled up on the screen here looking at it, and it felt like last year's allocations. I think, I'm fine with it.
Thank you. I just got a comment. I read every other month, the reports that come out, and I continue to be impressed that just because, we fund a program, it doesn't mean that you don't scrutinize it, and you look at the numbers, you look at the success, and you actually just don't talk the talk, you do the action. If a program is not doing what the expectation is, then we address that need, and then of course we also look at future fundings. So thank you for what you're doing, and the rest of the program directors. Thanks again.
Excellent.
Does this need to be moved to action today?
We can just move it to action for the next meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, Amber did ask, she said that y'all like to hear directly, not from the state guy, Well, she didn't say that. That's me. But I think you'd prefer to hear from the local folks that are actually providing the service. And so we have a program manager from all of our programs.
Yep.
We have a manager from Insight Human Services. After that, Parenting Path will come up and give a brief presentation, as will Stokes Friends of Youth and Children's Center of Northwest North Carolina.
Sir.
Okay. Well, thank y'all so
Let's do
much.
it. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all inviting us.
Well, so that way I don't have to read it word for word. Hello, can y'all hear me? My name is Erica Harger. I'm a program manager at Insight Human Services. Insight Human Services has been serving the JCPC in providing substance abuse counseling and treatment to youth in Stokes County since 2011. The goal of this program is to provide The goal of this program is to provide individual, group, or family counseling using evidence-based treatment models as well as case management services to address the problems of substance abuse and the complications that accompany it. Over the last 3 fiscal years, an average of 43 of youth assessments were recommended to treatment services. The remaining youth were recommended to receive prevention education services. Over the last 3 fiscal years, of those recommendations of substance abuse counseling, treatment services, approximately 70% were terminated with satisfactory or successful completion. Insight does not keep a waiting list. We do not like to have a waiting list. So depending on staff scheduling and availability, CCAs, it will be scheduled within 7 to 10 business days. We do not like to go any further than that. These assessments will be used to identify risk factors, clinical assessment needs, and provide recommendations which will assess judges, court counselors, school personnel, and community agencies, and youth served to have appropriate placement of services. One strength of this program is that if youth are recommended to Insight, they will always receive some type of service, either treatment or prevention. Prevention services are not covered by JCPC, but all JCPC youth will receive a service if needed. Any questions? No? Thank you so much.
I love the kids' comments.
Oh, yes.
Good sheet. That
We had to add those.
if that don't tug on your heart, you don't have one.
Why are you looking at me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for having us. My name is Shari Hall with the Parenting Path. I'm the program manager for Surrey and Stokes County. So the Parenting Path, our mission is to prevent and treat child abuse and neglect by strengthening families, enhancing those family parent-child relationships, and creating hopefully safer, more stable communities. And then also to help prevent any hardship for these families through our services. So as an agency, we serve 10 counties in Northwest North Carolina with a variety of evidence-based programs and services. Here in Stokes, our 2 main ones, we have Parent Teen Solutions, which is an in-home behavioral intervention evidence-based model where we are with the families on the average of about 5.5 months, 3 hours a week. In the home with the families, and we work on those relationships, school issues, problem-solving skills, all those kinds of things. And then the other one is parent support. Again, evidence-based curriculum provides parenting skills and interventions to enhance the family as a whole. And that one meets for an hour a week for up to 3 months. The last few years, we have actually gone over our estimated number of families to serve in the fiscal year. So the need is definitely there. And these are all free programs to our families. They don't have to pay anything. And then another part is we do have, in collaboration with Insight that you just heard from, where we provide presentations to the Insight after school program. They have parent nights, 3 times a year. And so we also do presentations for all of those parent nights and collaborate with them as well. I know that's really short and sweet, but trying to keep it short for everybody. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Comments, questions? Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hey.
I am Tamara from Friends of Youth, and I really just want to thank you guys for the decades of support that you've given our agency. What these match dollars support is our community service and restitution programs. Those, we have a variety of work sites. We average about 8 work sites a month. In Stokes County, they're primarily nonprofit, except for, say, a nursery that's just came on, which is helping with some job skills for the kids. Right now, we're a little over halfway, which was kind of normal for that. Our mixed counseling program, speaking of mental health, now this is a skill building level counseling program. We do have staff getting licensed, but we primarily fill the gap where other agencies cannot. In this program, we were estimated to serve 11 by June 30 of this year. Right now, we're at 10. As an example, one of the families that's working with us, they do have insurance, but their copay to go somewhere else is $250, and they can't quite make that. They're between the rock and the hard place. But what I love about that program is the flexibility. If we find out that there's more of a substance use issue, we refer to NCDIT. If it's extreme mental health that needs psychiatry work, we find outside sources to handle those problems. New to this year is anger management, which please don't think of that as a bunch of angry kids. This is usually kids that have had some really big life troubles. And we're teaching coping skills. We're teaching, okay, you're angry because of maybe your family's substance abuse situation, or maybe you're living with a grandparent because of that. But it's not the principal's fault, and we don't need to cuss them out and throw things at them. So that was only supposed to serve 12 this year. We've already served 17, and there's 3 classes currently happening at Meadowbrook Academy. A few of those kids are on probation, but they're mainly being diverted at risk, and hopefully they'll never hit the juvenile justice system. So really, really super thankful. You guys have been great. And also, honestly, you've helped us a few times lately when we've had a little bit of funding cut. For instance, in anger management right now, we have a wait list, but we're scrounging up with your help and some others to try to get that going again anyway. We're going to get that extra class in this year. Also, other programs we have not funded by you guys. We do broadband life skills here, but we have a mentoring program, and I would love you guys to take those. Research does show that mentoring is one of the strongest things you can do, and it's really, really hard to find volunteers to do this. So, any questions? And I would love a different day to go through data and graphs and that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Thank you.
Love that too. Hello.
Hi, I'm Robin Testerman, I'm the Executive Director of the Children's Center, and I'm going to report really quick on Stokes Teen Court and YTRI. Stokes Teen Court is a peer sentencing program designed to provide a meaningful and educational alternative, and Teen Court accepts nonviolent youth from 11 to 17 that have committed misdemeanors and students that have been truant. The primary goal is to offer kids a second chance. The second chance holds them accountable for their actions through sanctions that are imposed by their peers. And Teen Court offers additional requirements. We may refer to one of the programs you've heard previously, or we may do educational classes, drug and alcohol assessments, essays, and apology letters. We try to do meaningful sentencing so they understand what they've done and they take responsibility. The one I like to brag on is one that we do for the town of Dobson. We had kids that did graffiti all over the community, but we made them go back and actually clean up the graffiti and made them go back and apologize to the store owner, the church, and then present to the commissioners to say, here's what we've done to repair the harm we made in the community. So it sticks with them, and hopefully they won't reoffend. Our goal was to serve 40 students, and we served 54. We received 49 referrals, with 43 admitted to the program. 39 were school-based offenses, which assisted the school with the issues of truancy and other things. Of the 54 served, 100% of the participants received no new criminal complaints, and 97% successfully completed the program. During 22-23, we held 10 court sessions with 17 youth volunteers. The youth volunteers work as the prosecutor, defense attorney, clerk, and jury. Youth volunteers served over 153 hours of volunteer service. They ended up helping, like with an event we had last weekend, bingo, or they'll help with our Christmas event that we do for Santa and breakfast with kids. So they not only help with teen court, but they help with other events. We had supported, judicial judges put in over, I better put my glasses on, sorry. I did need them. We've been supported by the 17B judicial judges, local magistrates, Stokes County Clerk of Court, Stokes County Sheriff's Office, and the King PD with over 64 volunteer hours by all those adults. So it shows you how Stokes County all works together to serve kids. Any questions about the Stokes Teen Court?
Questions, comments?
The other program, real quick, is a resiliency program. Stokes Y-Try is new to you. It's an evidence-based resiliency education program for middle and high school students. We work to improve social skills, decision-making, while improving their peer support. It's a 10-week series with lessons taught by 2 trained facilitators. We had 2 teachers that are retired, Leah Simpson and Sheila Patterson, that provided the facilitation, and the kids, they were just really engaged with the kids, really good sessions. 2 hours a week with individual activities, group, and snacks, and a little assistance with homework if they needed it. In 23-24, this fiscal year, we offered 1 session. Our goal was to serve 12 youth. School guidance counselors and juvenile court counselors made 21 referrals to this program. We enrolled 14 from the 3 middle schools in the county and graduated 10 students with an 86% attendance rate. They have 2 more events this summer, a culinary camp that's funded by VIA, and then we have a career assessment, job interviewing skills, and a day at Hanging Rock State Park. So we haven't got the final data and outcomes, but we'll be glad to share that with you when we finish in June. And but I can tell you historically in our other counties that 90% of youth in Y-Try have no new charges, and they demonstrate improvement in areas like social skills, positive peer and family relationships, and emotional engagement, and educational engagement improves. That was
Of course, you said decision making, is that critical thinking skills?
Yes, critical thinking. So that's something we really focus on now. Kids seem to be just kind of stuck. And you've heard a lot of mental health things today. One thing we've noticed that North Carolina received an F in mental health, and it was one of the main reasons is the number 1 cause of death for youth 10 to 14 is suicide. So we're really working on thinking things through, not letting, Y-Try helps the person being bullied, but also kind of helps the bully. Like, you know, there's other ways to engage and think critically and before you act and say things and do things. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next is the Bridge 37 replacement project.
I'll start on that if you want. A few weeks ago, I got a call from Pat Ivy, the District 9 engineer, and in reference to this replacement of the bridge on 268. It's right there where you turn left after off 289. They've been working on this a while, and he had a meeting out there with, I think, the landowner that would be impacted by the bridge replacement. So they had a discussion, and basically we decided that we'd maybe want to revisit the planning that had been done on this. The issue is, of course, if you can replace the bridge in place, or you can put another bridge there and keep it the side of it and keep it open. And so one of the issues is going to be the impact of closing that road for about 18 months, I think it is, in order if they replace the bridge in place. And so, but then there's issues of where it might go with putting it at the other place and keeping the road open too. So what I suggested to him is that we put it on our discussion agenda, which we've done today, and that we also have a public hearing so we can get input from the stakeholders who might be impacted by the various options that we may choose jointly with DOT to do this. And so, so basically that's where we are. We have a public hearing scheduled for April 22nd, 2024 for anyone, any capacity who wants to come and speak and share their opinion on what that the impacts of that would be to help us kind of reach a joint decision with NCDOT, or I guess give at least a recommendation from our board on which option makes the best sense, or which makes the most sense to do. And then, like I said, the impact on emergency services and other stakeholders that would be present if we did put in that 18-month road closure, which would cause about a 15-minute detour. So that's where we're at with that. It's now, this meeting serves the purpose of letting the public know that we're working on this, and we would encourage them, anybody who has something to say on this, to come to the public hearing on April 22nd, and then we will further discuss it after the public hearing and try to come up with a recommendation that is the best recommendation for all involved. So
that will be part of the commissioner meeting on the 22nd.
Yes, that's what it says.
Yeah. Yep, so that public hearing, we'll do the public hearing and then we'll discuss it further after the public hearing, because we don't want to make any decision without complete public input on this from any stakeholders or any persons that have any interest in it for whatever reason. So anything else, Amber, that I need to mention about that? I think so. Is somebody here from DOT today, I believe?
Did y'all have anything to say at today's meeting? Okay, just
Okay,
questions.
if any of
Okay.
you guys have questions, we can pose them. I don't think I do.
And we can advertise if all the commissioners are good with that date, just having it at the beginning of the April 22nd commissioners meeting. I can go ahead and post that and advertise it so people know.
Yeah.
I think we have a consensus. Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you.
In between now and that time, Amber will get with our emergency services folks to do some analysis on what the impact will be. We already have a 15-minute detour there now for another reason, close to that area where the road's washed out, and that's going to be worked on this summer, I think. But so we might even be able to factor some data in from that road closure to figure out what the impact might be on this road closure if we decide to go that route jointly with the NCDOT. So I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Mendenhall?
Yeah, just a couple comments. I think Commissioner Morris did a good job of summarizing the situation here with the options that are put before us. And I do like the idea extremely well that we're having a public hearing on April 22nd to get input from our citizens. They may have some issues or some things that affects them that we might not know about. Giving them the chance and opportunity to express their opinions, I think is very important. I sort of know which way I'd like to go, but I am not going to say today because I want to wait and hear what our citizens do have to say. That could change my mind after listening to what our citizens have to say. Gives a very good outline here. DOT, I've worked with Pat Ivy when I was superintendent of schools, when we was dealing with the issue at King Elementary School up there. They've always been good to deal with. So, but I do like the idea, Commissioner Morris and Mr. Chairman, of having input from the citizens. There's one thing I will say. My mind can be changed if there's a certain thing on there. So, just looking at this, I'm not really going to come out and say today until I hear what our citizens have to say on the 22nd meeting. So, Morris, thank you for your summarization.
Okay. Brad, we've got one person. She lives right on it.
Mr. Oakley? Is that who?
I just have a question, a clarification question. I'm also an adjacent property owner.
Okay.
To clarify, what's the goal of the 22nd hearing? Is it about
can you come up here, ma'am, so we can all hear you better, the microphone? That's fine.
My name's Laurel Landosset, and I live on Lynchburg Road. So my question is, just clarifying what the purpose of this meeting would be then on the 22nd. Is it to determine whether replacing in place, closing it and replacing in place is, good for the citizens and the emergency and all that kind of stuff? Or is it going to be evaluating that versus the current plan, which affects Mr. Babe and I? So, do you understand the question?
Well, I think overall, we get the public input, and then we're going to get our input from our emergency services on response time. And then we will evaluate, all aspects of the choices of when it going one way to close the bridge for up to 18 months. And then,
or the replacement,
right.
Which
So
would be
we'll,
okay.
Yeah, so
it'll be, but both things will be on the table.
Yes,
I understand.
yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. It'll be evaluated all at the same time.
Fair enough. All right, thank you.
Yep. Okay.
My name is Oakley May, and I want to thank you for at least listening.
Sure.
But according to the Freedom of Information Act that I finally got with an attorney from the Department of Transportation, they've already had their input. They had their input from your departments, and all of them agreed they would adjust. So this is going to be a second public information thing because they are covering their tracks. They've already surveyed the place 4 times and tried to survey it the 5th. I stopped them from last Thursday because they called me wanting to survey again. They didn't even know that part of the road that they were surveying, that they had surveyed over and over, was covering part of my septic system. And the information that I've gotten from DOT consistently does not match the truth very well. They tell me that the bridge needs to be moved because the folks in Stokes County do not want it to be the road to be closed. Except in the Freedom of Information that we received, which they've already said they did, the folks from Stokes County had really good sense and said, well, we'll work with it just like we worked with you before. No problem. All of that went down, and apparently the people at DOT had accepted the fact that they were going to replace it in place. Well, for some strange reason, if you'll read, and I asked in the request for Freedom of Information, remember it cost me $729 to get a lawyer just to answer me. And as soon as the Freedom of Information request went to DOT, then they wrote to the sheriff in Stokes County requesting them to, in writing, to talk about what the delay would be in response time. So this is, and you would not even have any information about this until I managed one way or the other to get them to send Pat Ivy out there to talk to me. He wouldn't come beyond, he would never come at all. They all said that they had input from me and Ms. Dossett about this project before it happened. The way I discovered it was that I saw a stop, and they did send me a letter saying they were going to survey. I thought common sense would simply say, okay, let's just put the bridge back. I didn't pay much attention to it until I decided maybe it goes going along too long. Maybe I better find out what's going on. So I called. Then they told me they were going to move it. So then I sent through the request for who decided to do that. Well, apparently everything was going for it to be replaced in place, but something hit. Somebody with a lot of power, and I got an idea who that is, and I think his name's already been mentioned, that we're going to move it to the north. We're going to move it and take off the side of that hill. Please go by there and look. That mountain, that creek that comes down through there has been running through there millions of years. Did you know there used to be an iron smelter just up the creek from there? the more fleur. That creek is full of those cinders, those that have washed down. I've got them as big as that. But when the creek got down to that spot where that bridge is, it turned. Now why would it turn? Because it hit something so hard that it turned the creek. If you go and look, if you look out my back window at the bottom of the creek, it's as black as that chair over there. Because that's what that is iron, and I've got chunks of that iron up. So what they want to do is spend $3.25 million to move that mountain somewhere. I asked them, where are you going to move it to? We don't know. That'll be up to the contractor. Estimated $3.5 million. Suppose you want to buy a car, and you don't care how much money you spend on it, but you go. They say, well, I estimate it's going to cost $30,000. And then when you go to the car place and the thing is $100,000, we just write you a check. That's what they're doing with taxpayer money in this case. And they're going to take 1.5 years to do it. Look at them, go look. I've got pictures of it, of the bridge, the creek, the whole thing. What you hear from the DOT, in my experience, and I've had experience with them before because of the other bridge on the other side, I tried to give them the other side of the road. And they could have straightened the road and put it across the Dan River. That bridge needed to be replaced. The only thing they would have had to move was there was an old store over there that the owner eventually burned down, and she's dead, so I can say that. They could have done exactly the same thing. Moved it over there, and no, the answer was the reason they didn't want to is because we don't want to redraw the plans. What this is, the DOT is a bureaucracy that is out of control with taxpayer money and all the lawyers you can find. And I hope that you don't fall for this kind of stuff that's going on. Why has the road not been fixed up here on 89? It's been months now. You let them try that stunt in some place besides the northern end of Stokes County and see what happens. I saw them replace a bridge in Greensboro over four lanes in about 3 weeks' time. But they can't fix that hole up there. They can't straighten the road up there. Does Stokes County get an allocation each year? I don't know the answer to this. Does Stokes County get an allocation each year from the state of how much they're going to spend on roads? If they are they going to spend it on moving that mountain? Where are they going to move the dirt to? My daddy gave them the dirt to put in where the bridge is now. And that bridge that's there now needed to be replaced there. That was exactly the place it needed to go. I own part of Lynchburg Road there. And the old Lynchburg Road, that was a wagon road, is still there. But that bridge that was there, it needed to be replaced, and it went in the right place. They claim they can't see. They told me that, well, we can't, the visibility is so much better when we move it over, take over part of your yard and part of the, next to the building that I have there, and over the septic lines. It's so much better if you do that. Please, if you go by there, get out and walk. Just walk anywhere in any of that direction and see if there's any difference in the visibility for oncoming traffic. We can't restore it. We can't put it below there. We can't just move it to the south, which they wouldn't have to move a mountain to do it. We can't. The entrance to the other bridge is not the right thing. All that is just so-so. What you get, what I've gotten over the years from DOT, and I've had because of where that is, because it sits between two streams that come through there, I've had to deal with them, and everything that comes to the northwest corner of Stokes County goes across my property there. My daddy bought that years ago and worked hard every day, had to borrow the money to build it, to make it.
Sir, I appreciate your passion. I really do, And thank you for coming up here, and thank for for your comments, and you too, ma'am. But at this time, we really can't. We've got to go to the public hearing. But I'll just say this: we hear you.
Well, I just want you to know what's coming, what's happened before. This would not be going on now until.
I just have one quick question. Is your position you want the bridge replaced where it's
Where
at?
it is. Only makes sense.
Right,
It's the
okay.
cheapest on the taxpayers.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
And it can be done the fastest. There is no sense in it taking
Yeah,
a
that's
year and
just,
a half.
that's just why I was trying to make sure that I understood that that's what your position was.
I'm not interested in the money.
Arn, is your position to have it workplace where it is?
Please.
Okay.
Particularly because, like you said, the elevation there is very high. The biggest part of the land would be, I'm sorry, you want me to come up there?
Oh, you don't. I just had that.
It would be on my side, on the up Lynchburg Road side. And it's, I had to dig a well up there not long ago, and we had to go down 900 feet. I mean, it's solid granite that they're going to be blasting out of there. And, what that'll do to the creek, I'm worried about my property, of course. I'm also worried about what it's going to do to the creek. We have 4 endangered species right there. What it will do to the dam, which is almost adjacent there. Runoff. There are just so many things that they haven't addressed adequately. And this idea, I saw the same information. This idea that we were consulted about any of it beforehand is absurd. That is not the case at all. So I will welcome the opportunity to speak further on April 22nd.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
guys.
Thank you. Okay, next up is the proposed purchase agreement for a future greenbox site, and Stuart Easter. Come on up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do we need to wait on Amber and Jennifer, or are we good to go?
I think we'll be good.
I think we're good.
So, y'all know that trash is a big ordeal in this county. So within the last year, I kind of been looking at King. King's growing leaps and bounds. So I've been trying to find something. We're getting so many people in Pinnacle. So I've been trying to look and come up with a plan to where we might could spread that out a little bit. So with the help of Richard, we found a property over on Mountain View Road, which is off Friendship Road, that landowners agreed to sell us a couple acres, not to exceed 2 acres, and it's already zoned it's already M2 zoned. So he's agreed to sell us that at $25,000 an acre, not to exceed 2. He's going to survey it for us, and which I think is a home run. It's going to give us it would give us another green box east of King. It's within 4 miles of the King city limits. And my goal in this is hoping that I'm going to get some relief in Pinnacle, because right now Pinnacle is being overrun. We had 7,467 vehicles through Pinnacle in the month of February. And we've had 7,516 vehicles through Pinnacle since March 1st, and that's not counting this week. So I'm hoping this will kind of spread it out a little bit if we're able to go through with this. And I've got a purchase agreement with the landowner, and I feel like hoping maybe y'all have looked over it. If we can go through with this, we can get it signed and get on our way with purchasing this property.
Any questions, comments?
Well, I'll make a comment. I think Stuart and I have experienced quite a few things on the green box sites, haven't we, Stuart? We were dealing with redoing Walnut Cove and Pinnacle. I really took a lot of phone calls from community people, and Stuart did too. He and I sort of took the brunt on that one in Point Cove. But it turned out great. I'm going to give Stuart and his group
compliments on how it turned out. I mean, I get a lot of compliments now on how the 1-in-1 Cove turned out. I'm not up at the one at Pinnacle quite as much. I just so happen to know, because when you lived here all your life, 67 years old, I know the people that's selling the plant, and Dean and I actually graduated high school together. And so I've known Dean for quite a while. Dean happens to be a surveyor. That's why he said that he could get it surveyed. You know, Dean, that's his occupation, slate surveyor.
Yep.
We know that because we went to school together. We walked across that stage together at South Stokes when we graduated. I know Dean, and I know Jill.
At no cost.
I do. I know
Certainly
about it.
at no cost.
Only question I have is I know exactly where you're talking about. I used to go to Friendship Church. Live half a mile from Hawkins Road. I'm right there on top of where you're at. Have you measured from where the landfill is that I use on Sizemore Road? Compared it going back toward Hawkins and turning right on Hawkins, going that way up to the top of that hill where the intersection with Friendship and everything is? Have you measured it going from the landfill, turning right, going toward Quaker Gap, hitting the left before you get to the church, go to the end of that road, and it's going to bring you out at the same location if you went straight at the top of the hill? I mean, and I saw where you said it would help One Cove and the eastern side of King, Germanton.
Yeah.
It does help.
Yeah.
You know, I know where Friendship Road comes right out at the car dealership there in Germanton, and the arts place. Do you know the distance between those? Because I'm just wondering.
Those I haven't measured, Ronnie. To be honest with you, I've not measured those, but I can. Ain't no problem.
And you know, I think the world of Dean and Jill both. I just want to make sure that is the best location for that area you're talking about. That's all I want to know. Is that the very best location?
One of the reasons that we honed in on this location is it's already zoned. That's the biggest reason.
I knew that.
And it's across from a salvage yard.
I
felt like I wouldn't have a lot of protesters over a greenbox site.
Nobody else is raising their hand.
because we're already at a salvage
Have either
yard.
one of the Whites contacted you? Donnie or Dean, either one, where White's garage, where the salvage place is for the cars?
I think Dean has talked to those folks, and I think they are good with it. And there's some cars that's currently there now, and I've pretty much told them, look, if this deal goes through, we'll give you plenty of time to move them. We're not in no hurry. And actually, the last time I was out there, some of those vehicles have already started moving. So I think he was trying to be proactive on that, but I can get those other measurements for you.
I just like, sort of like Keith said a while ago, out of curiosity, the word curiosity, I just sort of like to know where we're talking about as far as distance on the green box separation sites.
I feel like if I get any closer to King, I'm going to get a whole lot more pushback.
Well, I'm sure you will.
I know I will.
Just knowing, I just know that area is my area right in there. And I think you would get quite a bit more pushback if you went further that way.
Yeah.
That's all I have, Mr. Jerry.
I think that, first of all, kudos, in my opinion, kudos to the manager and to you, Stuart, or actually thinking a few years down the road, and let's just all be honest, there's not a lot of people knocking down our door wanting to sell some land for a greenbox site. And so I think that, and the price is very reasonable. I think there's a lot of cooperation going on. And obviously, I mean, certainly, you know, whatever Commissioner Mendenhall wants done, we'll do it. Is there a time limit on our purchase agreement?
Well, we kind of put in the contract that Dean, he would have it surveyed by April 1st. But now that was if we had got it on previous meetings. Of course, that's not the case now because we moved it back a meeting or two, or just a meeting. So we know that's not the case, but we were looking at July. He said he would defer the payment till July 15, and that way we could actually put it in next year's budget if we wanted to. So we kind of planned that too. We kind of anticipated in that part of it as well. So I feel like by July we would need to, you know.
Sure, that was, Mr. Chairman, and that was one of my things is we just had a retreat 2 or 3 weeks ago with our finance officer.
Yeah, yep.
They're gathering information on to us, to come back to us with information on how much we can spend on certain projects, or how we're going to get grants on certain projects, you know, because just like the jail over here, I was serving when that new jail was built, seven years ago. Rick knows about that new jail. Do you know how long our agreement is to pay off that new jail?
What, 30 or 40 years?
40 years. 40 years to pay that new jail off, and it's the grant came from the USDA. It was a 40-year agreement. But what helped sell us on that was the sheriff at the time, Mike Marshall, said that getting people put in that jail from other counties, we would gather money that way, and it would basically pay for itself.
Yeah, smart.
And so we went ahead with it. Only thing I just want to know is King is growing. Everybody knows that. And where he's putting it, I just wonder if he could go a little closer, because I know everybody that lives on that road, every single person. And you were right when you said you'd get a little more resistance. And so, you know what? I'm going to stop right there. That's all I'm going to say. For right now. Could you give me a measurement there from from the landfill on Sizemore to where you're going?
That's no problem.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
I appreciate your proactive approach to try to deal this, like was said earlier, deal with this, and it's difficult to cite these things, even though there may be better locations. I'd be supportive of probably doing this.
Stuart, I want to just say, hey, you and I have worked on these together, and being proactive like you are, that's how we can stay ahead of the game. Proactive, not being reactive to the situation and letting it hit us in the face, but being proactive and taking care of it. It wouldn't take you 10 minutes to get me that mileage on that.
I'll get it for you.
And look, I appreciate you being proactive.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Stuart.
So do we need to
I've
put...
got a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, I agree with what Mr. Mendenhall said about wanting to know how far that is from the dump site on Sizemore, because it's probably only like 2 miles away. So it seems like to me that'd be a little close to that other site, although I do agree we're probably going to need another site soon, and that I do applaud him for being proactive and starting to look for a site. However, I know Stuart wasn't here the last time, and I wasn't on the board either, but when the land was purchased in Pinnacle for moving the dump site, but nobody really knew what uproar that was going to cause apparently until after the land was purchased. I really don't want the board to make a mistake like that again, where the previous board made of buying property that was not usable for the purpose. So I just want to take our time and really do our homework on this and just really research it and make sure it's the smartest decision, so we don't end up with land that is not usable and then, you know, we can't sell it or do anything with it like we got stuck with that land up in Pinnacle. So I just want us to really take our time.
How much time do you suggest?
Well, that's a good question, but I mean, I don't know what the previous process was, but obviously things were not done in an appropriate manner, or they wouldn't have ended up buying property that was not going to be usable for the purpose they intended it for. So I don't know. I mean, do we need to have a public hearing on it so that everybody that lives around there will have an opportunity to speak their mind before we buy it instead of after, like what happened before?
I mean, I don't have a problem with having a public hearing. I just, at some point in time, we just need to make it, you know, after we get all the facts that come in, then we need to take a vote. I just don't want to be put off for the next 2 years.
No, I agree. Me either. I think just a couple of months maybe would be appropriate, just to get all the information that we need and make sure this is the right spot.
Okay, can I ask then for the manager, can you do some research? What went wrong with the last board that purchased the property that didn't work out so well?
Yeah, I can do some research, but from the top of my head, I mean, I think the main concern was that they couldn't get the property rezoned for the purpose it needed to be. It wasn't already the correct usage as this one is. Yeah, I think they couldn't. That was part of it though.
Not the zoning.
That was
it wasn't the zoning. When we got ready to talk about moving it, there was just this huge public outcry of neighbors and the church nearby, and nobody wanted it moved up there. But it wasn't a zoning problem.
Yeah.
It is.
I don't think they ever got it rezoned for that purpose, from my understanding. But I'll do some research
Yeah.
and bring it back. Yeah.
Would it be fair, Commissioner Cox, is we'll have the manager do research, and then also Stewart do what he's been asked to do. We'll compile all the information, and then we'll get together and we'll make a decision to do a public hearing. Is that fine?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I just don't know. Like I said, I don't know what all the pitfalls were the last time. I just want to make sure we don't fall into that same situation again this time. You know, and just got to think about, is it really worth it to put something that close to the other site when, you know, most people are, you know, it's only a mile, a few, like maybe 2 or 3 miles at the most over to Sizemore Road from there. So I just question whether that is even makes sense to put it somewhere that close to another site. But
I think, and I'm not trying to speak for Stewart, but I think that what he's getting at is we're actually looking at population growth. So as we look to have a strategic plan and take note of, you know, what is being done in an area, it may not be in terms of density or closeness, but it's the population, and then you're overrunning another area. It may be close by, but we get a lot of complaints about the volume of the traffic. But Stewart just needs to just come with all the information, and including, you know, what. Go ahead.
Well, my point is, if Pinnacle's being overrun, and some of those people could go use Sizemore Road right now, and they're not choosing to, are they going to choose a site that's only a couple of miles from Sizemore Road? Or are they going to just keep going to Pinnacle because it's more convenient and closer? And the city of King has their own, greenbox site, correct, Stuart?
They had a recycling place there in King, but that's the one that they've closed. So now we're getting those folks coming with their recyclables to Pinnacle.
But do they have dumpsters or they just have,
They have,
just have trash pickup for King City residents?
yeah, the city does the pickup. They do offer that, yeah. And
So, a lot of these new houses that are being built in the city limits then will have free trash pickup.
some of
So
those,
I don't know that that's gonna increase the volume that much more to our site if they have free trash pickup for all these new houses that are being built.
I think some of those do, Sonia, but I think what I've looked at too is some of these other developments as they're coming east. Some of those are not right in the city limits. There's more development coming the other way, and that's why I was trying to hone in on that specific area.
Stuart, the manager, can we include planning, the planning director? Let's just get it all. Yeah, all in one information session, and we'll try to plan, and then we'll try to make the best decision that we can. Any more comments?
That sounds good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Stuart.
Thanks. Just want to have on discussion for the next meeting.
Is that enough time for y'all to pull together?
Yeah, I think so.
And
we can get that.
Okay, thank you, yes, let's do that. Okay, now we go to the draft policy for food trucks operating on county property, and our manager, Amber Brown, will present.
So at a previous commissioners meeting last year, this topic got brought up, and the county has regularly had food trucks on all of our properties, but mainly the government center complex on and off. There's not a schedule or anything like that. It's normally when HR, the manager's office, reaches out to a food truck to kind of bring it here to give employees options for employee morale or whatever it may be. So we didn't have a policy, and the board directed staff to work on creating a food truck policy for food trucks and mobile food units operating on county property and at the government center here in Danbury. Tory Mabe, he's in tourism and economic development. He was able to create a survey and send it out to local restaurant owners and some local food truck owners as well around the county to kind of get every area included, so that way they could complete it and give input on that topic. So we took that survey and utilized some similar policies in other counties and localities, and we're able to put together a draft one that we've presented. And it actually has at the back of it a application as well for mobile food units if they want to operate on a county property, whether it's this one or another one, to fill out so we have it on file. And again, some of these dates and things can be changed because I think we said it would expire after 2 years, but that was just the date we had in mind. And again, this is just a draft, so we just wanted to kind of get the board's thoughts before we went any further with it.
Commissioner Wood, you got any questions or comments?
Going over, the only thing that bothered me is make sure you don't schedule one when court's in session, because there's not enough parking.
Any other questions, comments?
My concern was the same as Commissioner Woods was. We know how full the parking lot is on at least I do. Over here and see, it's unreal.
Commissioner Morris? I think the policy looks pretty good, and now that it's out in public, we'll see if we get any comments from local restaurant owners between now and the next meeting, and or from anybody else that we can also factor into the final product. Okay. Commissioner Cox?
I think that we should let it sit on discussion till next time to give people time to look at it, the food truck owners, the restaurants, and just see if we get any feedback before we move any further with it. But I don't have any questions about the policy as it stands, no.
All right, thank you. The only comment I have, Amber, would be just to maybe put a department in place that reviews, whenever we say that, hey, that has to be renewed. So there's a lot of times what happens is things just fall by the wayside when no one is told policy-wise, hey, you need to review the application and the authorization. So 4 years later, they're still doing it, and then something happens, then we go and we look and see to where they were on there. But I agree with everyone as well. We need to wait for some feedback also.
So just move it back to discussion.
Yes. Consensus. I'm assuming we got a consensus.
Yes.
Yep, we do. So let's do that. All right. Thank you. Next up is the Danbury Fireman's Relief Fund Board appointment request, and again, our manager Amber Brown will present.
So the Danbury Fireman's Relief Fund Board of Trustees, they currently have a vacancy and are in need of a new member. It's actually there's 5 members on the board. 2 are elected by the Fire Department of Danbury and 2 are appointed by the Board of Commissioners and 1 appointed by the State Fire Marshal. I know we don't deal with this board a lot, but one of the, I think, long-serving appointees from the Board of Commissioners passed away, unfortunately, and they need to appoint somebody in place of that member for that role. So they have recommended Mr. Judd Burns. Of course, the Board of Commissioners can appoint somebody else if they have somebody else in mind, but they were trying to be proactive in that fact because they said they try to get somebody who's involved in public safety or in the forestry service or on the fire department just because of that knowledge that they'll bring to that board. So if we could just open the floor for nominations.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
We'll just move it to action for next meeting.
Okay. All right. You said aye, Rob?
I'm in favor.
Okay. All right. All right. The motion passes unanimously. Next on is the action agenda, and first up is demolition at 1075 Dodgetown Road. I'll entertain a motion. Do we accept?
Then I have a question.
Yes. Okay, go ahead with the question.
You need a second before I do the discussion.
Well, I don't know, maybe that'll affect, if you get a second.
It can easily affect the second.
That's just me.
I just have one question. I think Glenda can answer this. Does this include tearing down that building with a grease pit in it back there that's being used by River Street? And are they still using it?
Yes.
Okay.
The buildings that it is that will be kept is that one that we call the old garage building, the main prison building, and the long commissary building will not be torn down. There will be 3 that we are not tearing down.
I just want to make sure about that. I don't think we should tear that one down yet.
No, we had already had that discussion, so I left it out of our demolition packet.
Okay, great.
Now, we'll entertain a second. Okay. All right, any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next up is the Danbury Planning and Zoning Board ETGJ appointment. Jacob Elston was nominated at the last commissioner meeting. No other applications have been received, and we'll poll the board. Commissioner Mendenhall?
Elston.
Eston? All right. Carries unanimously. Next up is the final offer for 2 parcels on Meriden Drive. Can I get a motion to?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? All right, motion carries. Next up is the Verizon Tower Booth Mountain Lease. I do have a question or clarification before I go to the first motion. And did they come up a little bit with the price that they were going to pay us?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, it went from. Hang on, I'll tell you. I'm sorry. It's like 1,060. It was 1,020.11, and they raised it to 1166.
Okay.
And they also did the 5-year guarantee, no matter. Not that she said that there wasn't anything indicating they were going to do anything differently with the tower, but it was a 5-year guarantee, which was not on the first original.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you for
you're welcome.
for doing that for us.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. All right, now I entertain a motion to
Motion to approve.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, all opposed? All right, motion carries. Next up is the Child Abuse Prevention Month proclamation, and I don't have anything to read. Okay, here it comes.
Can Stacy say one?
And you may have changed it
I
already.
did.
The number at the first, it was 266, but that is completely wrong. It's 577. So that number would also be wrong in the annual report. Amber.
Okay, it's on there. Yep, I see it. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the proclamation? Second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 And all opposed? All right, motion carries. And I'll read the proclamation. All right, whereas in calendar year 2023, 577 reports are made to Child Protective Services in Stokes County. Whereas child abuse and neglect is a serious problem affecting every segment of our community, and finding solutions requires input and action from everyone. Whereas our children are our most valuable assets and will shape the future of Stokes County. Whereas child abuse can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that have lasting consequences for victims of abuse. Whereas all children deserve to have the safe, stable, nurturing homes and communities they need to foster their healthy growth and development. Whereas child abuse and neglect is a community responsibility affecting both the current and future quality of life of a community. Whereas communities provide parents with the social support, knowledge of parenting and child development, and concrete resources that need to cope with stress and nurture their children, ensure all children grow to their full potential. Whereas effective child abuse prevention strategies succeed because of partnerships created among citizens, human service agencies, schools, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. And whereas prevention remains the best defense for our children and families, therefore we, the Stokes County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Stokes County, and call upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, elected leaders, and businesses to increase the participation in our efforts to support families, thereby preventing a child abuse and strengthening the communities in which we live. Dated this 25th day of March 2024. Pardon me?
We added one more, I think.
Oh, what we had,
The animal control fees, fee request.
okay, all right. Can I get a motion to do?
Motion to approve the new fee structure for animal control.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries. Is that it?
We have the presentation from NCDIT.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's it for action.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, so we will go to, it's just the information?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Jeff Brooks. Yep.
Okay,
From
all right.
the NCDIT office.
Okay, all right. Good evening.
Hey.
Gonna be
So
evening.
you guys have been going for 2 hours, so I'll try and keep you awake for the next hour or so. And I see
Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's not the easiest to see, but I'll probably do more chatting because I hate it when people read slides to me, so I don't read slides. And Amber does have a copy of this. If it's not already in your packet, you'll be able to see it. Is this the clicker thing, Amber?
It is. All right. Yeah. No, it should be underneath the podium.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So My name is Jeff Brooks. I'm Director of Infrastructure Programs for the Broadband Infrastructure Office, part of North Carolina Department of Information Technology, I've been an employee of the government for 685 days as of today. So it's still odd to get used to being on this side of the fence instead of that side of the fence. I'm still kind of learning how things work. Let me see if this works. Yep. So this slide simply shows, it's off the DIT homepage. It simply shows our goal or our mission statement in terms of providing broadband to citizens across the state. I believe you had a number of questions for Greg when he was up here, and ideally the things that we discuss will sort of correspond and correlate to what he had to say as well. As we go through this, I welcome any questions that you have. This is the 87th county seat I've been to in person. This is my 43rd board presentation, and the reason why you do these things is because broadband is local. It's here in Stokes County. It's not in Washington, D.C. It's not in Raleigh. I remember doing a project. I won a statewide grant in New York, and I've been doing, and I'm a native North Carolinian if you can't tell from my accent, but our company did a lot of work in New York, and I'd worked with 22 counties up there. And one day the lady called me from Albany, and she said, "I hear you've been talking to counties." And I said, "That's correct." And she said, "You're talking about our project." I said, "Yes, ma'am, that's correct." And she said, "Well, you know this is a statewide project. Why are you talking to counties?" And I think that just made the point to me that a lot of times the state can be so out of touch with what reality is, and reality is local, just like Greg said when he was showing the maps in terms of the county, people that are being served. And my job here is to serve you, is to serve your residents, is to serve Stokes County. And the things that we do should totally be focused on this county, not on what may be going on in Surrey County or Wilkes County or Catawba County or the county. At the end of the day, it's all about what happens in Stokes County. Hopefully the information that I provide to you today and the handout that we have will kind of help you make sense of some of this. And as we go forward, give you confidence that we do indeed have solutions in place to help make sure all of your citizens get broadband coverage. The fundamental component when you think about broadband being local is, I come back to the service component. My job, the job of our team, is to serve every resident in the county. I don't care if they're red, white, green, pink, black, blue. Don't care if they're male, female, rich, poor. It's our job to get the money, actually right now, $590 million sitting in the trunk of my car, and to work here in Stokes County. So I've got 3 programs. We'll show you about those, but there's a lot of money there and a lot more as Greg noted to come. I don't think there's any way you can read this slide. I sure can't, but it's got some pretty colors on it. But fundamentally, I'm trying to explain what our team does. And fundamentally, we were chartered with designing 3 programs: the Completing Access to Broadband program, the Stopgap program, and the Broadband Pole Replacement program. But in addition to those programs, we also have 2 other things. Number 1 is to make sure that we have outreach with the counties. So that's why you see me here. It's important to come here to where you are, and I sort of alluded to that earlier. The last thing that we do is we also interact with your citizens. And Amber's probably the recipient of some of these emails. We get about 50, 60, 70 calls a month that come to us from citizens across North Carolina. Sometimes they're direct, sometimes they come from the legislator's office, sometimes they come from you or from congressional offices. We respond to every one of those within 24 hours when it crosses our desk. By response, I mean we call them up on the phone. "Hi, this is Jeff Brooks. Hi, this is Jim Court." Whoever's on my team is taking the call. Not only do we call them, we'll figure out what they're asking, and then we'll respond via email, and your county manager gets a copy of those emails. And the email, what we write is, "Thank you for contacting us," and we have a little blurb in there. "I want to let you know I've carbon copied Amber Brown, your county manager. It's important for you to realize that she and your elected leadership are actively involved in working on broadband in Stokes County." We say this deliberately. Now, 98 times out of 100, it's true. There are 2 counties where it's not true in this state. But a lot of times in all these meetings I go to, people will stand up and they'll talk about zoning issues or bridges or roads, and think about what you guys deal with. You're dealing with water, sewer, public safety, public health, trying to manage the Board of Education relationship, these sorts of things. Not every citizen sees all the work that she does, that your team does, that you guys do. And that's why we want to point this out to citizens when we make that response. Just a quick blurb on the county. The map, I think, is 1911. I usually go to 1897 for the map. I always find it interesting to put an older map just to talk about the historical context of the county that I'm speaking in. You'll see two things at the top. I don't know if you can read those or not. But we have an ongoing survey that's been running for years and years. Generally the most recent 18 months of data are what are compiled. And in this survey, you'll see that Stokes responses to the broadband survey are almost 11%. This is the highest in the state of North Carolina. When I was doing consulting work, we always looked to get 5% was the number that was statistically valid. And I just gave you an example of a couple other counties, one close by, one a little bit further away, just to give you an example. This is a phenomenal number, and I think I told Amber that on the phone. I said, man, I'm psyched. I had to put a check mark there. It took me a while to figure out how to get a check mark out of all the symbols before it was there. Then this gives you some summary data. Goes back to what Greg was discussing a while ago. We got 2,347 addresses that are unserved, 2,990 addresses in the county that have DSL service only. Wilkes won a great grant from the most recent round. I've got that information on here, and obviously you guys are familiar with that as well. I'll probably cover these slides, probably, 4 or 5 slides in like 25 or 30 seconds, because this just tells you who we are and what we do. We as a state, put $971 million into broadband funding in 2021, 2022, one of the highest numbers in the country. Out of that, $30 million came from state funds, $941 million came from ARPA funds. So there's a lot of money, and out of that, $590 million is in the trunk of my car. We've got a lot more money on the way, $1.57 billion coming from the BEAD program. We cannot bring that money into North Carolina until I spend all the money that's in the trunk of the car. The good thing about that, it's a continuum of funding. So I was at Iredell County last week, and one of the commissioners asked this, and he said, well, do we have enough money? Money isn't the issue. It is not the issue. For once, I can say with anything related to what we do, money is absolutely not the issue. Some statistics, goals, and objectives for broadband issues in the county. There's a quick summary of the money. You will notice here, maybe you can't notice, but I want to talk about awareness and digital literacy. I've got a couple slides on this because it's not just building infrastructure. It's not just cable and fiber and strand and lash and poles and trenching and hubs and colos and all this equipment. It's also making sure people can afford the internet service. It's making sure that they have devices they need. It's making sure they know the benefits that accrue to them from utilizing these capabilities. We have an entire sister group that I think will show up right here that will begin to talk about just those points. What I have here are examples of comments. This was a survey that I did down in the Lumber River Cog about 3 years ago. We had about 4,200, 4,300 responses. I just put some sample comments here so you could read those. These comments mirror almost exactly what you would hear from your citizens, where somebody's going to say, I work from home, my child works from home, we have educational issues, we have medical issues. I know you hear them, this is just here as a reference point. Over the next 3 slides, what I talk about is what the Odell Group, the Office of Digital Literacy and Equity, what they actually do. But I also highlight here one of the grant programs they have. They go around to all the municipalities in the state. They talk about this is what we're seeing across the state, and in some cases in other states, that seem to be working for improving the ability of people to do those things I mentioned earlier, in terms of affordability, in terms of utilizing devices, understanding the benefits. They have money in the trunk of their car, not quite as much money as in the trunk of my car, but they just did a second round of grants, and these organizations are in the most recent round. These folks listed Stokes County as being a beneficiary of some of the money they're going to bring into the county to support those types of programs. So I just wanted to list them there. If you want more information about those organizations, let us know. Those decisions are probably coming out within the next 30 to 45 days. So, would you guys mind if I went and got my red cup of water?
Oh,
You can go get the money if you want to, too.
But it's in a 1973 Fiat, just so you know.
got the sheriff here in case anybody breaks in your car during the meeting.
I did an ARPA presentation in Hickory a year ago, and I mentioned that, and I said, I got a Volkswagen out there, a Passat, and the Mondays. Security guard called me at the break. He said, Mr. Brooks, you said you had a black Volkswagen Passat. I said, yes, sir. There's been a guy walking around your car. And I said, you got to be kidding. I know you're kidding. Thank you for your indulgence with this. So the major programs that we have are the GREAT Grant, Growing Rural Economies Through Access to Technology. It's the first statewide, state-funded grant program in the country. Started back in 2018. Stayed very, very small until the ARPA funding came in. Then in the ARPA round, or the GREAT round that closed in May of 2022, we had 305 applications. So we went from getting like 30 applications a year to a boatload. Well, I just started work here, and they said, hey, guess what? You're not going to design cab and stopgap and broadband pole replacement because of your background. You're going to do financial analysis on all these applications. I said, oh boy. But what happens in those applications is you have to read and annotate every single page. Multiple people are doing that. Then when the applications are protested, and we had 211 of those, each of those had to be read and annotated and come back and do it again. Now the interesting thing about GREAT is the legislature said this is how it's going to work. This is how they're going to be scored. This is how the decision is going to be made. And these are how these grants are going to be awarded. A little bit different with CAB, and I'll show you that. Our major programs, yep, GREAT, CAB, stopgap. And I'll come on, this is a good place to stop. So when we were thinking about CAB, and I was making all these runs around the state, what I felt like was important was to talk to counties about how to get them engaged, because unlike GREAT, CAB is not a grant program. It's a procurement. It's a state decision. The state's actually buying stuff. But I don't think it's really the smart thing to do for us to sit in Raleigh and make decisions on what we're going to buy in Stokes County. So the idea was, let's do a lot of due diligence because we want to mitigate risk, especially where county funds are involved. And the next piece of that, let's get the county involved. So through all of this, we've always defined that there's going to be an evaluation committee that's composed of two people, perhaps myself, somebody works for me. There's only one of me. We have compressed time frames, so it may be somebody else, the county manager, and another county employee. And I'll talk about the process in just a second, but I believe you can already see from just that little bit of a comment where it's important for the county to have this active and dynamic engagement in the process. So let me shift gears back a little bit. Let me start talking about the all-important thing of maps. In what I sent to Amber, you'll see links in there. One of the important links goes to North Carolina 1 map. If you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see a tag on the right-hand side that says broadband. Click on that, and you keep scrolling down, and you'll see 3 maps. On the far left-hand side, you'll see funding. I had to face the screen to see. Then what you're going to see is the CAB tool, and then you're going to see the survey. This is the survey. So everywhere you see a dot here is where someone has responded to the survey in Stokes County. We talked about the 10.8% early on. You'll see where it's widespread around the county. The next map I have here comes from the RDOF, Regional Digital Opportunity Fund. This is the first round. You'll see River Street, you'll see Wilkes here, noted as a winner. You'll also see way over here space exploration, that's SpaceX. The FDA threw out their awards after they had made them. They said we're only supporting terrestrial winds, so that's why these are gone whenever you look at the final map. But these are examples where the RDOF plan comes into play. With RDOF, the government is allowing 6 years from the date of contract to build out the RDOF areas, the RDOF award, and they pay the subsidy out over 10 years with the idea that we'll make sure people stay in the market if we extend the repayment for the award. But if you move on to our maps, this comes from the CAB planning tool. And so you'll see all these little dots in here. And what happened back in the day, way back in, well, not that far ago, the Federal Communications Commission defined service areas based upon census blocks. So if a single address in a census block was considered to be served, then the entire block was served. As sort of migrated to subsequent grant plans or grant programs had smaller and smaller geographic areas. Well, we've done kind of the same thing, but not for the definition of what's served, for the purpose of legally awarding dollars. It's just to help people visualize when they look at the map, because we're looking at individual maps, individual address points. So when you really zoom down at the map, you're going to be able to look at any address that you want. In fact, when you go to these maps, in the upper right-hand corner, type in an address, and it will zoom to that address. You can get information about it. So you see these little six-sided things, they're called hex pins. It's an artificial geographic designation. It's about 1/4 of a mile across. And the color coding is two-part. To the left-hand side, and you see a little legend down there, to the left-hand side, the pinker or the redder that it might be are the number of addresses in that six-sided block compared to all addresses in North Carolina. So if you see something that's really this color, maybe this color, that's a higher count of addresses. So obviously it's a very broad threshold given density and all that kind of stuff. The bluer is the higher percentage of addresses that are unserved within that hex bin. So the purpler, the color, the higher relative count of addresses and the higher percentage that are unserved. And with any of these, and I'll flip past that, click on any one of these and it'll give you information about that hex bin. So Stokes County, 36, what they call broadband serviceable location. In other words, addresses that could conceivably have broadband. 11 are considered to be unserved. 25 unserved service locations. 13 are funded. So evidently in this particular hex bin, there's already been grant funding either at the state or the federal level to pay for 13 addresses within that particular hex bin. So we have a CAD planning tool that's available, and you can look at it. We all look at it. Providers look at it. And generally what I've done with counties over the past year and a half is this tool has gotten more and more refined. We'll sit down, we'll actually have GIS reviews, because it's important that counties understand what their geography is and what their addresses are. In fact, as we went through the CAD process, this actually became a formal part of the CAD planning process. So the way the process works, this is probably as good a time as any to talk about it. Yep, because there's my handy-dandy chart. The way the process works is the county will determine if it wants to invest in a CAD project. There is a matching funds requirement. The county got more than $8 million in ARPA funding. It's severely disadvantaged in terms of the amount of funding that's available to it through the CAD program. Just point that out. If you got less than $8 million, you have the greatest opportunity to maximize the money that will come through CAD. Unlike Great Grant, where the maximum amount is $4 million, the CAD program, the maximum amount is $8 million. The nice thing is that if you do a CAD program in this fiscal year, then right back to back, you have the opportunity to do another CAD program next year, which potentially represents up to $16 million for a county in a very short period of time. And this is even in advance of BEAD funding coming in. So if a county got between $250 and $4 million, there are two options. Virtually every county says, oh, we'll just put 5% in, and then we'll see how much we can get out of the state. On this one, counties say, oh, we'll put in 10%, let's see what we get out of the state. Counties that got more than $8 million, 35 and 35. And this really has become a point of contention. 61 counties in North Carolina received more than $8 million in ARPA funding. Your neighbor to the south, I always quote him, Steve Garrison in Rutherford County. When I went to meet with him, he had a little spreadsheet. He said, Jeff, I hear what you're saying. I got $13 million, but look, I've got $82 million. And he turned it around. $82 million in ARPA-eligible projects. Nothing on here says broadband. We're still there to help counties. That's our job. We don't really have a focus on providers, even though I've met with all of them. We don't really have a focus on technology or topology. Our job is to be an advocate for a county, to have a singular bias towards supporting the county. Part of that does go into the money, because what frustrated me when I looked at Great Grant was there was a singular component related to financial, I want to say analysis, risk management as far as the dollars went. And that was after a Great Grant was awarded, we would look and say, hey, do you have enough money to pay for a couple rounds of financing for your project before you come back and you ask for reimbursement? Because everything we do is reimbursement. We thought maybe that's not quite good enough. In addition, whenever we read a lot of these applications that came in, it was copy and paste off websites. So you might have an application be 100, 120, 150 pages long. You read through it, it's not really telling you anything. So in July of last year, we posted up, it should have been called an RFQ. It was an RFP, and we asked providers, if you want to participate in our program, you have to be pre-qualified, programs I should say. We had 69 companies apply. We passed 40 out of 69. We asked very specific questions in terms of financial, operational, and technical, and we were trying to assess capacity, capability, and competence. We asked for 3 years of financial statements. We had companies that tried to finagle that. Well, you can't fake financial statements. You can try, you just can't. We had other companies where we believed, you know what, I think you're kind of stretching the truth a little bit, or maybe it's a misstatement or whatever it might be. I'm dealing with your money as well as our money, and that just isn't going to fly. So we passed 40 of these companies through this pre-qualification process. We'll open it back up before BEAD. We'll do it again. Existing companies have to renew, and new companies that want to come in will sit there and have to qualify. We had some big companies that didn't take this seriously, and they called us and said, sorry, I can't help you, you're out. They called their lobbyists, who called their legislators, who called boss's boss, and they said, sorry, you're out. You'll have to wait until the next time around. So as we go through the process, we ask you to tell us, do you want to invest in the CAB project? If you want to, that's great. No pun intended. If you don't want to, that's all right as well. There's still money on the way. If you're investing in a project, we ask for a form called a county commitment form. It just represents a placeholder to say, we're going to invest a certain amount of money in a project. It's coming from ARPA SLFRF, it's coming from revenue replacement, or it's just non-obligated monies out of your general fund. So give us that as kind of a placeholder. If you say yes, we'll come back and say, okay, tell us who's on your evaluation team. It's usually going to be your county manager, one other county employee. Great, we have, sorry about that, that's good. I don't want to keep saying great. Have that information. If we've not already done your GIS meeting, we'll schedule a GIS meeting. Everybody that wants to come to that meeting, they can, and we go as in-depth as anyone wants to look at the map, understand hex bins, understand addresses, understand all this data that sits in front of us. At that point, if you say, yep, we're still good to go, we'll schedule a meeting. Our internal folks will sit, generally with Amber or anybody else she wants to bring, but she would generally be on the call. We'll make sure that we understand your dollars. Do you want to prioritize areas or not? That's your choice. If you want to prioritize certain hex bins, we'll make sure that everything's in order. We'll produce a scope of work. We'll give you the scope of work, make sure you like it. We'll run it by our lawyers to make sure it's still good. We'll run it by a third-party consulting firm, KPMG, to make sure we're not missing anything, and we'll post it. So we posted 8 last week. We'll post probably another 8 to 10 this week. Once that process happens, it's 45 days. For the first 10 days, service providers can protest any address because all eligible addresses are open to be bid. So a service provider will come and say, you know what, we're actually delivering service there, take it off the list. So after 10 days, we'll take a look at that. We'll say, okay, yeah, you're right, we agree. And we'll announce to all 40 participants in the process, whether or not we don't know whether they're bidding here or not. We'll announce to all 40 participants, hey, take this address off the list. It's no longer valid to be considered as part of the CAB bid. After 45 days, we get all the applications back in. We'll peruse them. We'll make sure we have everything. If we're missing a document, we'll call the provider, hey, we're missing this one or this one. We'll go back through, make sure we have everything. We turn around, we send everything to her and the other member of your evaluation committee. 100% of what we got goes to her. In addition, 90% of the information that I got in the pre-qualification process also goes to her. I can't give her financial statements. I can't give her bank statements. But every other piece of information that we were provided by a service provider in their response to these very specific questions goes to the members of the evaluation committee. So instead of paging, ideally through hundreds of pages of copy and pasted responses, we have a bid response that's focused on Stokes County, because that's what we've asked providers. If you're bidding Stokes County, I don't care about anybody else. Tell me what you're going to do in Stokes County, how are you going to do it, how much is it going to cost, do you support plans for low-income households, and do you have a plan to make sure you meet with counties once a quarter at least. I couldn't put those last two in contracts. I tried, they couldn't do it. But I went to so many counties where, unlike what you had today, they hadn't seen the service providers. Had one county in eastern North Carolina where the board chairman said, yep, we got a call one day, our county manager got a call, and they said, hey, you need to write us a check for $788,000 because we want a great grant in your county. They budgeted $25,000. They had never met the service provider. I thought it was a little cheeky to call up, ask for $750,000. You had never met anybody. So ideally, if the service providers come in to see you once a quarter about everything they're doing in the county, just the presentation you had today, I think that's a home run because now you come back to that transparency. You know what's going on in that county. So we provide this information. There's a subset of that information that can be provided to other county staff and to elected leadership, and our general counsel will define what that is. But there's confidentiality agreements, all the other things had conflict of interest, all that stuff gets signed. But at the end of the day, it's two of us, you and somebody from your team are looking at these things. So we're looking through all the applications, and at the end of the day, it's our decision to make. I don't want to make the decision. I'm looking at her and I'm saying, who do you want? Because the criteria is, what is the best value for Stokes County? What is the best value? We have sufficient technical expertise and sufficient financial expertise and sufficient GIS expertise to make sure that any question that she wants answered, we can answer it. We can bring the resources to the table. I've won statewide grants in 14 states. I've won an RDOF grant. I've won a Reconnect grant. I've won statewide grants in 2 states. I understand this stuff. The people on our team understand it. We've built fiber networks. We've built fixed wireless networks. Way back in the day, before most of you were born, we built cellular networks. So, we understand this stuff. But our job is not to say, oh, we think this is great. Our job is to help her make the best decision for this county. Because she knows the county. We don't. We don't want to make that decision. Now, if she's going to make a bad decision through incompetence, or she's going to pick somebody that's a bad actor, and I'm not going to say that a bad actor hadn't slipped through it, we may say to her, you know what, I really like the choice you've made. That's an excellent choice. Could we maybe take a look at this other company as well? And that's kind of the head, we probably don't want to go down that path. I know who the incompetent folks are, and they're not in this room. So I don't think that's an issue. So we bring that back. Myself, my boss, and our general counsel, we look through it, make sure there are no issues, no concerns. Goes to Nate Denny, who's boss's boss. He has the authorization through the secretary from the General Assembly to say, yep, we're good. It then goes to procurement, which is a whole nother world because they're used to buying monitors and servers and software. They're not used to this, but we don't think there'll be any issue there. So they got to do their procurement thing. But while that's going on, KPMG is sitting in the background doing risk management on who we believe the potential vendor is going to be. So even though I've already given her a lot of financial information, because even though I can't give her financials, I'm giving her 10 industry standard financial ratios for each bidder within the county. In addition, I'm giving her the best, the worst, and the average for all 40 of the pre-qualified vendors that are participating in the program. Giving her definitions for what all of these things mean, and we'll sit there and have a conversation, and if my background isn't enough, we'll bring in folks that maybe can go a little deeper. But on the back side, while we're in this decision process is in procurement, KPMG is setting up a risk analysis profile. So we say, yep, we've got a decision. We call the vendor, say, great news, you won Stokes County. Do you want it? They'll say, yeah, we want it. Come back to Amber, hey, do you want them? Yep, we want them. We begin to sign the contracts, cross T's, dot I's. We then are ready to go to contract, but we also now sit down with the vendor, here's your risk profile. So it could be we come on site twice a year. You report to us once a month. It could be that we go on site once a month and you report to us every other week. It just depends on the profile. And we will pull contracts if companies aren't living up to their part of the bargain. We pulled some this year in this great grant cycle. We've pulled some in every great grant cycle that we've had since the program began. So we monitor it for 24 months because that's the timeline. And then we also continue to monitor performance of the service provider for 36 months after the program is built out. That kind of is CAB in a nutshell. On Stopgap, very briefly, because I see where the time is. Stopgap's a program that's designed to hit those locations where these big programs might not hit. I think there's a slide for that. Yep. So in other words, we may find 3 locations that are in one part of the county where they're just not hit by GRATE, or they're not hit by CAB or whatever. So it's not a thing where I'm going to really involve Amber, but what happens is I take input from her, I take input from service providers, all these citizens calls we have coming in where we deal with them on a monthly basis. We take all this, we begin to build a list of where we want to go. So I'll call her up and I'll say, hey, I'm thinking we want to build these three sites. I just want to let you know that we want to put these out to bid. We'll do more than one stopgap. We may do 2, 3, 4, 5 stopgaps in a county until the money starts to run out. We do want to hit state parks. We want to hit welcome centers. And then we want to hit these isolated locations. Also, we like to make sure that we cover community anchor institutions, that we also may cover like major farms, major agricultural locations, that sort of thing. So what happens is we bid it out. Probably the bidder is going to be whoever has the closest infrastructure near to where those locations are. We know what it costs. They know we know what it costs. We're pretty sure they're not going to try and screw us over in terms of the dollars, in terms of what we get. Right now, it looks like we would pay 85% of the build. They would pay about 15% of the build. And the county would not have any obligation at all to get that done. There's another program called broadband pole replacement. That's more of the, well, I can't say their name out loud. That's more of a certain provider that won a lot of RDOF awards, rescue plan, where they didn't quite bid enough across the country on their RDOF awards, and virtually every state in the country has passed this legislation that allows supplemental funding to help them with some of their build out. That's a good slide. That's a good slide. That's a good slide. This one, the resources. When you get your handout, you should be able to click on those. There should be a link to the overall broadband page. There should be a link to the statewide survey. There should be a link to one map, and I think there's another one up there. I can't quite see it from here. Right here is my information. That's my email address. That's my personal cell phone number. It's not my state cell phone. So if it's at night, on weekends, I get those calls. Just give me a little bit of time, especially late at night. Latest I've been called is 11:30 at night. So just make sure I'm kind of awake. This is Annette Taylor. She's the director of the Office of Digital Equity and Literacy. So there's her email address. Feel free to contact her as well about the Digital Champion Grant Program, or if you want to have her team come in and talk about how to help people, especially with the Affordable Connectivity Program going away, and that support. It's estimated that half of North Carolinians that are currently on the ACP will lose that support as that program phases out. So that will certainly be a blow. And I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Questions, comments? Mr. Morris?
2 or 3 questions, yeah. One, and thanks for coming, sharing all this with us. You made a comment, I kind of try to write down, but you're talking fast. I don't think I got it all. You said something about do we want to invest in CAB, or yes or no? If no, that's okay. There'd be more money later. Could you expand on what that meant a little bit?
So right now we have 43 counties that are funding CAB projects. The smallest amount is $25,000. The largest amount is $6.8 million. And I think the idea at the time when the CAB legislation was passed, legislators looked out and said, ooh, we're hearing a lot about broadband from counties, so we're going to put a lot of money in it, but counties need to step up and put money in it as well. The issue is there was a delay of about a year because of arguments, among other things, between Treasury and service providers about who would own ARPA-funded network infrastructure assets. There were other delay issues as well, but in essence, that pushed GRATE back almost a year, which pushed CAB back a year. Well, in that intervening amount of time, you had these other projects that would come to the forefront for counties that actually got enough money to say, hey, what do we want to do with excess CAB funding? So the legislature will come back in session in April, probably go and stay in session through like June, July, something like that. Our organization, Association of County Managers, Association of County Commissioners, the Rural Center, and other groups have all pushed the legislature to make changes in the match requirements. It's going to be on the table. We asked for this in the long session, and nothing happened. Didn't move. So fingers crossed. They're looking in the trunk of my car and they'll see all this money. Say, God, we need to get this money out of here. We'll make some changes. So personal opinion is that something will change so we can free up more of this money and get it out. I've got a $213 million I have to have out of the trunk and working in the state by the end of this year. It's got to be under contract by the end of this year, and then I don't have the same time criteria on the other. Now, there's a chance to move money around, but having said that, I'd rather get it out sooner rather than later. So those counties where broadband has been a priority, I've said, just like I'm telling you here, I think that the legislature will probably change the match so it's not so onerous. I can't predict that. And so if you want to do a cab and you've committed funds to it, then we're here to get it done and get it done as quickly as I can. If we get it done quickly, fiscal year rolls over, then there's another $8 million that's available, because that's my annual cap is $8 million for a cab project. So if you don't do it, we'll still do everything we can to help get money into the county.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, but I just can't predict. Now, when BEAD comes, the legislature originally said BEAD's going to be great, cab, and stopgap. However, the GREAT grant program is 100% incompatible with the BEAD guidelines. So right now, we're believing that that BEAD is going to be cab and stopgap. The difference, having worked on federal programs in the past and doing some BEAD work now, is that if we do a cab project as it sits today, you might say, you know what, we want to go in the northern part of the county and we want to hit houses that have school-age children. Okay, we'll figure out some methodology to get that done. Under BEAD, it might be, well, you can go in the northern part of the county as long as the house is painted green and they're between 2 and 4 children and there's a chimney. And then 6 months later, it has to be a 2-story house and it has to be more than 4 people in the house, because the federal government just has a unique way of putting this little pinpricks to maybe accomplish a goal.
Okay.
You just don't know.
Okay. Does the CAB program or any of your programs, do you do multiple awards under, say, an RFP, like more than one contractor gets selected to work in the same county, for example?
Yes.
Or is it a single contractor?
Yeah, no. Well, whenever the proposals come back, any bidder can propose multiple locations in the county, and they really have to, because counties look like Swiss cheese now. There really aren't many contiguous areas that are left. So a provider could come in and say, theoretically, I'm going to go in the northeast part of the county and the southwest part of the county. In other counties, there's like a predominant service provider in one part of the county and another service provider in the other part of the county. So if service provider A comes in and they say, we're going to do the north part of the county, and we haven't spent the county's allocation, so in other words, we still have some of that $8 million left, there's no reason for us not to consider the bottom part of the county as well, as long as the areas are not duplicative of one another in terms of the addresses.
The reason my question or the first question especially, is we've got a lot of investments to make on various things. We just had a meeting with our financial advisor. He was stressing how important the timing is of these investments, our overall county program for everything. So we've got to figure out, when should we invest, or when can we invest, and then prioritize these things to try to figure that puzzle out. So.
It is a consistent refrain, and it's a fair refrain, because again, you're juggling all of these things. And I'm doing a disservice if I come to you as a salesperson and say, hey, let me sell you on the CAB program. I do you a disservice if I don't also, on the other hand, say, this is what I hear. I don't know. I'm not the official lobbyist for our team. This is what I hear. This is what could happen. I do know that if you do this today, then you open up this tomorrow. But it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, you made one comment too about you had to spend all of the, did you say the CAB money before we could get BEAD's money?
That's correct. Yeah, I
expand on that a little
all
bit.
$400 million in CAB has to be spent before we begin to bring BEAD in.
Is that like in county by county or statewide?
That's statewide.
You got to spend all your $400 million,
$400 million
before
yes,
BEADs can go to any county?
Yes, sir. But if you think about it, though, it's kind of logical, because the money is the money. So what would I do with $1.57 billion when I still have the CAB money and the stopgap money sitting in the trunk of the car?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I spend it? Because I have it.
Okay. Good, that answers my questions, I think.
Any other comments, questions?
I just want to
Oh, yeah.
My hard drive's burnt out, overloaded.
Commissioner Cox?
I do not have any questions at this time, thank you.
And I don't have any questions, but I do appreciate it's a very thorough report, and I do like the fact though that you're very responsive and transparent. Like when you were at the beginning of the presentation, when you were saying you get so many phone calls from certain counties and this that, and you actually not only contact them, but then if they're in our county, then you contact our manager, and I like that.
It's our job to serve you.
Pardon me?
It's our job
Yeah,
to serve you.
right.
At least that's my 2 cents worth. So.
Right. No, it's just, but you know how bureaucracy is. And
Well, I know. I found out. I decided when I took this job that this will probably be my last job before I retire. But I thought I knew how everything worked, and then I got here and said, "Oh, a third of the time, it's for good reason. 2/3 of the time, it doesn't make sense, and I don't understand." So.
you need votes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for your help.
Are you sending that to us?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, at this time, I'll ask our manager to read the rationale for the closed session.
To consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged pursuant to General Statute 143-318.1183, and to consider the initial employment or appointment of an individual to any office or position other than a vacancy in the Board of County Commissioners or any other public body, or to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, and fitness of any public officer or employee other than a member of the Board of Commissioners or of some other public body pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A6.
I'll entertain a motion, but
Make a
then once
motion that we enter closed session.
a second.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries. And now I'll give a 10-minute recess before we start the closed session. gonna go live. Okay, could I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. We're now adjourned.